Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the IESF Women's Counter-Strike Global Finals qualifications for Europe. That was a lot of words. I don't know if that's the exact words, but I think that sums up what we're about, what we're doing. And we've got a very exciting game day of Counter-Strike, Brandon, because we're going to be deciding the final teams that'll be going to Riyadh.
Yeah, you're spot on. And look, it was basically the thing. Everyone knows why we're here. We've been here for 3 days now, and that is figuring out which ones are going to Riyadh, which countries are going to watch on with tears in their eyes and look ahead to next year. And yeah, 6 of them joining the Netherlands. Obviously, Netherlands won last year, so they've got their feet up. They're just enjoying the content. And for 4 teams already, they've made it through, and now we're trying to find the last 2 to make it through. So we've got a best of 3 up first, and then after that we got some BO1s to kind of get rid of the rest of the seeding games, so we can kind of have a long list of all the countries that we've got, because it's 16 teams this year and 7 of them make up EU.
Yeah, massive stacked finals. Netherlands obviously inheriting that spot, which is why we've got an odd number of teams. But yeah, we've got 4 teams that are fighting for 2 spots at this stage, Brandon, given the way that they've played through the lower brackets. And at the moment, that's between Norway and Portugal. They'll be playing out for 1 spot. And then we have Romania and Denmark playing for the other spot. So our first game of the day will be Norway and Portugal on this team, which I'm excited for because I haven't seen Norway play in this event yet. We've not covered them on the broadcast. Covered Portugal a few times and covered each of Denmark and Romania. So I'm really excited to see what Norway deliver.
Yeah, that's exciting. Because I normally rely on you a lot. You go, because I wasn't here last week and you did all the group stage stuff. So I'm like, Lucy, how did this country look? But Norway's a bit of a blind one, and that's cool. The first time we're actually seeing Norway on the broadcast is when they've got this qualification game. So I mean, that's a cool storyline in itself. And in Portugal, we saw yesterday, and I expected more out of Portugal. I mean, we got it, I suppose, because they came back on Dust 2, and just they shouldn't have. Let's be honest, they shouldn't have come back on Dust 2, and they did. And then it went to that deciding map, and Slovakia tried, and they just couldn't get it over the line. And that's heartbreaking for them, especially for Kat and Zia. But for Portugal, they live on. And to be honest, I think with a game like that, with the manner that you win it in, it sets you up really well for qualification. I think with the mentality of we've overcome that, and now we can overcome anything.
Yeah, absolutely. So Portugal, you feel like should be feeling comfortable coming into this. Norway have had an interesting run. They've actually kind of dodged a few of the big teams. It's been lucky for them. Their group stage wasn't like that, though. They had a really tough group with Sweden and Portugal and Denmark in that group. So they actually came 4th behind all of those teams because there were 6 teams in the group. They just scraped by into the lower bracket, which is where they've been doing this run. And honestly, their group stage wasn't that bad. Yeah, there was the loss versus Portugal and Sweden, but both of those were really close games. 11-13 versus Portugal, 10-13 versus Sweden. And even their loss to Denmark was, 7-13. It's not like an absolute wipeout. So a team that could have topped their group or at least come in the kind of top couple just scraped through. And on this lower bracket run, they've 2-0'd each opponent they've come through. So, they took out Germany and then Serbia to get to this point.
Yeah, and to be fair, we haven't really had too many free mappers, so it's good to see them just kind of following the trend of 2-0 in. Do I think this is now going to be a free mapper? I don't know. We'll get there in a minute. Let's take a look at the lineup of Norway, because obviously we've already said it, not featured on the stream so far. So here are the players: Mini, Kiki, Pullock. You'll be familiar with these names, I'm sure. Lucy and also everyone at home. And then you've got Peekaboo and Ari.
Yeah, so you've kind of got that core that's sort of always together when it comes to Norway. I'm thinking if that was the same core from last year. Yeah, it was. The big difference, I guess, you're looking at here is you don't have Aurora this time around, which is interesting.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
I would have thought that she might have been part of this team, but you never know how the kind of selection process goes. But yeah, Kiki, Pullock's Mini, that's kind of that triple threat of Norway that always is present, and they're all very solid players, right? We saw them in their time together. Actually, they were all on Guild at one stage. Obviously, not all of them stay with Guild throughout that entire period, but plenty of experience playing together. I think that's the important thing.
I'm actually really interested in Pullux
Yes.
in this game in particular because she's going to be AWPing probably because she got announced that she's joined Astralis and she's AWPing. I didn't realize that Pullux AWPed, so I don't know what to expect. When we take a look at Portugal's lineup, the AWPer on that team, Zana. Do I think Pullux is going to win in a head-to-head versus Zana? Do you know what? Maybe. And the reason why is because Zana's been so hot and cold throughout this event, where I don't want to just sit here and go, no, she's not doing it. It's going to be Zana pulling through. But this is when it matters most. And you said something really just powerful yesterday in terms of, I didn't mean it like that, but in terms of when the pressure's on for this Portugal squad, we've seen it with Zana, we've seen it with Ida, we've seen it with D7. They do struggle quite a lot. And we saw that yesterday in the game versus Slovakia in that series where, sure, they overcame the odds. They came back on D2. That was with Zana popping off, a little bit absent on both the other maps. And you can't have that inconsistency all throughout the series. Fortunately enough, you've got the likes of Yun, you've got the likes of Catty Jones, these two players that we asked for. And we said, look, we need Portugal to step up. We need all of them to be on the same page. And Ida had a great map 3. So there are kind of individuals popping up here and there between map to map, but you need it sort of not just map to map, you need it on every damn map to make it across the line. I think the individuals do look better though on Team Portugal than Team Norway.
Yeah, just in terms of, I guess we haven't actually seen Norway's recent performances, but just in terms of what we're seeing from the players, I suppose over the last 6 to 12 months, I guess would be a fair estimation. We haven't seen the best out of some of those players. Actually, interesting, I will go back to it. Let's talk to the veto. I was just going to bring up the point of D7 and, some of the teammates and the like. But the veto...
Who surprised no one.
Great. We've got more sand maps, guys. Guess
We've
what?
actually got all of them.
Literally the trifecta. No ancient. Portugal banned that out. That's surprising to ban that out.
Yeah.
First phase, right? That's interesting they did that. I guess because honestly, Norway could have punished with a nuke, actually. But they didn't.
That's true. No. Why would you pick nuke when you can play Mirage or Dust 2 or
yeah, well,
Anubis?
that's true. But like in this sort of game where you're the underdog, I think it'd be cool to just whip out a nuke, right? Because what's Zana gonna do on nuke? I don't know. Like that's like
so ridiculous.
What a move that would be. What?
I don't think I've seen a different map.
No, and this has been my life, all right? This has been my life, Brad, and all I've caused are these 3 maps in Ancient. In fact, Dust 2 is actually an exciting change because we've only had it once yesterday. But Mirage, Anubis, you bet your bottom dollar they're in every best of 3 here in this IESF event.
Yeah, I don't know why it threw me. I don't know why it threw me so much. It just did.
Anyway, I think so. So just to kind of bring back to my point, I guess.
Yeah.
So obviously D7, was playing with Pullux on Guild. So,
yes.
That's pretty cool. I don't know if her time aligned with the others. I don't think so. I think she joined
I don't think so.
after Kiki left. She actually replaced her. So. Yeah, it doesn't align. But, one former teammate. That's always a fun storyline. We've had that so consistently throughout this event. So, it's always fun.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I can't believe it.
You can't believe it. Of course this is video.
It's just so stupid. It doesn't matter, right? Mirage for Norway is, I think... I don't even know what to say
every
about
I
this,
just looked
right?
I looked at Serbia, Norway, Mirage, Dust 2, Ancient, Germany, Norway, Mirage, Dust 2, Anubis. This is just the only maps any team is playing. All the Portugal ones, actually, no, Portugal did play nuke, and that was against Spain, which they lost. So sad for us, we don't get a nuke, but the potential was there.
I think interestingly, I am looking at this head-to-head now in a completely different light of, okay, well, it's Mirage, it's Dust 2. Like, Zana should be popping off. Like, Zana should be destroying Pullux in a head-to-head. And I want Pullux to prove me wrong. I want that because I can imagine the clips if Pullux is just going to destroy Zana. So, Pullux, I want you to prove me wrong. you will clip the bit out of context, but I do want you to do well. I'm interested to see how Kiki plays, because I don't know how much CS2 Kiki was really playing after she left Guild. I know she wasn't involved in a team after. So how much has she been playing? How much is she familiar with the meta? That's another interesting conversation. You know what you're going to get out of Mini. And then, of course, Peekaboo, I'm not too sure what to expect from either.
Yeah, there's a lot of unknowns with this team. Obviously, they've been doing, well enough in this event and against good opponents. And, that's, I think, going to speak well to what to expect here. We can take a quick glance at well, we can't take a glance at it. I'll just tell you what happened when these two teams played. It was Anubis as the map between Norway and Portugal. And also Portugal won 13-11. It's actually surprisingly Ida was at the top of the scoreboard for that. But it was very concentrated team effort, about 6 kills between the top and bottom. And yeah, Pullux actually had a great game with Kiki not that far behind her. So yeah, I'm kind of expecting that core of players to be the standouts. I think it is going to rely on the X factor, the unknown factor of Peekaboo, and yeah, because we just don't know what they're going to bring.
Well, yeah, we haven't seen
now
them,
we're
right?
seeing Portugal. Now we're seeing Portugal, and we're seeing Caddy Jones, and we've seen Yun, and we've seen the high impact that they can perform. It just feels like the whole squad's kicking off pretty well in Portugal right now. It's just a little flustered at times.
Of course, I think it's Caddy Jones or it's Yun. It's one of them. I think it's Caddy Jones, plays for Saw Mist. So like that's kind of the link here. Of like you got Saw Mist, and then you've also got, I'm gonna say Bigger Keeper, because it basically was Bigger Keeper, right? It's the core of Ida, D7, Zana. I know that Zana's the only one there now. I know that Ida's on Entafina.
It's been a year since that happened, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. That's actually been.
Was it start of this year, or was it
Start of this year? Start of this year.
Okay, so it's not.
It was. I think it was a year for Ida. I think it's start of this year for D7.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. But anyway, I don't want to speculate on that too much. I guess it's not speculation. It's just the history of Team Portugal.
Mumbling, rambling.
We are, but I got told that we're starting soon. I can start the game. There you go. Portugal versus Norway. Straight into Mirage. A reminder, loser of this is eliminated. No more chances. No more second guesses. And Team Portugal, Team Norway, one of them gets the spot in Riyadh. It all kicks off now.
Alrighty. Norway's T side. Pullux has a little bit of util. Holding for any aggression from the CTs, but Portugal playing pretty default, spread out, a bit heavier lean towards A, but you imagine Zana moves to B, especially at the back of that smoke in connector.
Look how quiet this is. No one hears anything. And Norway, for free, have somehow just walked up short. Ida's holding. Ida gets the first contact. They now know it's going to be B. Ida needs to hold on, and that is a great start. Zana also holding the cross, just trying to buy time here. D7 also finds Kiki. People need to start rotating over here for Portugal.
This fight's a bit awkward. Zana wins it. Bomb can't be planted now. I mean, maybe she could have stuck to it, but they're just pausing. They're just sitting back. Nice shot from Pullux. Don't give it too many chances. If you can get the bomb down, that would be a win. Taps her to fade out the play, and they can just run her down at this point, you imagine. Yep. So Heat 3 alive, and that's pretty good. I think the maybe biggest issue for that round for Norway, outside of losing, obviously, this opening kill and all the rest, they did manage to remove Ida and find some space with, Pullux being able to get that kill later on, but I think losing Kiki in mid was a big issue for them, because that was their X factor. That was the part that was meant to close it, right?
Yeah, basically just cut off the rotations. I mean, Zana does fantastically, because between Zana and Ida, the two defenders holding down the site, they get 3 kills. So they do more than enough. And then D7 grabbing the kill on towards Kiki is just an insurance policy. And then that enables all of the rotates to come through. Speaking of D7, hi, straight in the face of Pullux. runs away immediately. This is full eco for Team Norway because a reminder, they didn't get the bomb down. So now the SMGs are just going to try and make some money here. Zana's just hoping she doesn't lose any of these guns. We know how Team Portugal operated against Team Slovakia, where it was really weird and awkward with the gun rounds, but that doesn't happen this time. No casualties. It's flawless.
Exactly what you want. Seeing these mid fights on the anti-ecos always scares me. I've seen a few of those go wrong when you peeked out window into a bunch of players, but all the flashes there and the swings in unison. Kiki, we'll catch D7. Very active in Palace. I think maybe she thought she could just take some free space there, but it's a nice way to open up the round for Norway in this gun round.
Yeah, that is just what Team Portugal do on bonuses, though. And D7, Ida gets caught as well, pushing B app. So both extremity players have been caught off guard immediately. And for Team Norway, you bring the AKs out. It feels pretty good. Just got to make sure they lock it in. That's fine.
Fast. That's good. Now you just move as a group. One player here, maximum. So this will be Norway, surely. Shouldn't be able to drop the ball here. That smoke just negates Zana, and Caddy Jones can't swing to deny or to do anything, really. Okay. Good first gun round. Prize Portugal is still sticking around so actively. Hey, Jones, what can you hope to achieve here? What a great deal. Kiki will put her downs on it. Please, just save this M4.
Yeah, she will. I mean, the thing is with this is that they both had smokes. They both had kits. And it was effectively a bonus round because you've got the MP9s and you've got the FAMASs. So a lot of economic damage is being inflicted here for Team Norway. So even though they won that round, that was a lot of damage being inflicted right at the very end. Zana finding those 2 kills just makes it a little bit more uncomfortable for Norway. This is always going to be the investment back in for Portugal, so they're going to have everything at their disposal, basically. Might even have an AWP. Probably won't, but you could do. I'll have to wait and see. No. But all the M4s is completely fine.
Yeah, I suppose. If anything, it's an upgrade for Caddy dying. Get that dirty FAMAS out of there. Ew. Certified FAMAS hater.
Yeah, controversial take. I've actually been enjoying using the FAMAS recently.
Oh, you would.
Ooh, nice idea with that nade. They're trying to blow open just a bit of the smoke to be able to see behind it. But Peekaboo might give D7 a nasty surprise. No, instead it goes the other way. Lining up nades. Yun should have this one locked in. But on A, it doesn't matter. Team Norway have opened up the site.
Yeah, that was really cool. Norway reset and... Oh, actually, Ari getting caught. And oh, Yun over the top. Well, it looked pretty cool for Norway. Might actually fall apart. Pulex says the HP mini very low, so should be taking first contact, you imagine. In fact, nice little angle to hold it. Portugal have all the advantage. Extra player, utility, kits, everything they need. Flash forward. Scaling. Pulex can't convert. Yun will clean up the rest. That one, you can see the ideas. It looked really cool. Distraction in mid. A lot of eyes are drawn there. Norway strike on A at the same time. They even get in, get the bomb down, but they lose 2 players immediately in that post plant, and then it just crumbles.
Yeah, between D7 and Yun, they just make mincemeat of Team Norway. the kill through the smoke as well just really helps out a lot. And you can see now the ramifications, even with Team Norway getting the bomb down in back-to-back rounds, with the economic damage that Zana did in the prior, suddenly they're all on Tech 9. Suddenly this gets even more difficult. Portugal have already sort of stopped the momentum. They prevented Team Norway from building back into this first half, and they can establish a little bit more of a buffer.
I know I really want to play the long game. Was it? Yeah, I suppose. It's just not great, is it? Nice shot on Zana. Eagle takes one down. The AK's looking to get a bit of target practice, kill a piece. Almost. Kiki had a good scaling. Any other pistol and she might have got that kill. Harry, 1v4. Every removed from even a bomb site. Plays out, plays out. Walk up short, catch D7 off guard, pick up an AK. You're not catching D7 off guard. Oh, you are. Okay, pick up the AK. Didn't pick up the AK. Oh, pick up the AK. Need it to be in that fell swoop to then get ready for the second, but you can see the way it could have worked out.
I suppose. You're giving it a lot more than it really was.
Well, you know, I'm just trying to give the viewers something to keep engaged with. You know, in a 1v4 with a pistol, everyone's like, okay, let's go next. But illustrating that pathway, bringing you on board as the listener.
Yeah, all she needed to do was get the first kill, and then the second kill, and then the third.
Right, that's literally just what Counter-Strike is.
Yeah. What we have learned, I think, especially yesterday and now today, because we're seeing it, I guess we got a bigger sample size rather than one, we've got two, is that Yun loves Mirage. Yun, a very good Mirage player. Good to see Zana stepping up, but we saw Zana pop off early in the first half against Slovakia, and then she went cold. Then she went quiet. She did end the game with like 18 kills, which had like 13 of them or so in that first half. So I'm hoping for a more consistent performance for Team Norway. I'm excited to see this Pullux AWP. This is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. Moment posted middle. Zana's towards A. D7 will catch Ari on that lurk in the apartment. It's just trying to get tricky with smokes and utils, but wasn't exactly subtle. So D7 just chills out, waits for the inevitable peak.
Look at this setup, by the way. Caddy Jones is in Palace. Might even push the issue. Zana does deal with Pullux. That's a good opener in towards middle. And now between her and Yun, maybe he just needs Zana. Just swinging, getting rid of this, and now the activation from Palace will come in. Peekaboo's now dropped the bomb. It's just Kiki left. Good finds. A good double up, but we need a lot more. We need the whole house, and Catty Jones has already mollied her off the angle.
Kiki still got it, but not much she could do there to close that one out. Looks as though not finding too much impact that first time it comes out.
That's nice. Catty Jones's knife says signed by Ida.
Do you want me to sign your knife?
No. No, I don't.
I signed your profile.
Yeah, you did.
I just signed my
you
friends' profiles just out of, trying to make myself important. I didn't ask for it. Like, why are you signing my profile? Go away.
You also put on this, you put this, copy pasta on my Steam profile. I was like, send it to, top 10 like uwu people or
No, it's
something.
top 10 most beautiful women you know or something.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe.
So yeah, obviously
Thank
you were the
you.
first that came to mind. That's what the V stands for.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Thanks.
Side and out. Good. Little double up on an attempted pop out the corner and a triple as well. You're right. She does love Mirage, and well, with the position she plays, plenty of impact she can find.
Well, that was quick. 6-1. I'm now starting to get a little bit worried for Team Norway because this is their map pick. They're losing 6-1, and I've not actually seen any rounds apart from the one that they won where I think, yeah, they probably should have won that one. This is completely different to Team Portugal versus Team Slovakia. And I'm kind of worried that this is going to be quite quick.
Yeah, I don't expect we'll see the same mistakes from Portugal and Dust here that we saw yesterday. Norway will need to get this going pretty quickly.
I feel so bad for Ida. This is just the life of a B-Apps player, her stats.
Yeah, well, don't play B-Apps.
Well, someone has to. Someone has to.
She is a very selfless player.
Pullux Orp again. Where's her spawn? She's got ramp spawn. I'd like to see ramp pick.
I'll tell if she does. Is that her or is that Minnie?
No, she's 9, right?
No, she's
she's 8.
So she's like
Oh,
left top. So she's like,
can't.
She could go mid with that spawn actually. That's the mid peak spawn.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, observers. I can't figure things out. Yeah, she can go mid. Go mid. No.
I do feel that she is probably more of a supportive AWP.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Well,
All right, I don't mind this. Mid to B.
Oh. Well. Cool from Portugal. Ida swings from short at the same time. The aggression comes out from the connector and the focus is on the lower. Ida swings. The flashbangs are perfect. She lines up 3. There you go. You're talking about her having a bit of a sad game playing B when there's not a lot of action her way. She takes the action to them.
Yeah, she went, this round, I'm going to go short. Then she saw them all. Really nice round. What can Pullux do here? Oh. Tries to flick a little bit further than when Yin is. It's 7-1. No bomb plants. Again, you're floating about 4k, so you can get AKs out, but it comes at a cost because the utility's not going to be that great. Probably just go Tech 9s, yeah. This is rough. This is really difficult.
Yeah, Portugal just feeling comfortable at this stage. Give an A pop the go. For the Tech 9s, they have found some success getting into this bomb site. Just finding success in the post plant has been a bit difficult, and this one not quite able to get past these rifles. Flashbang good, but Caddy Jones in the corner, and Zana with the no scope. Double on each of the defenders on A will deny any space into that bomb site.
Yeah, every single time Norway have sort of had an eco, they've gone A, and they've tried to either overwhelm out ramp or they tried to go palace. Regardless, it just has not worked. Flashbang seemed pretty decent there to get them at least progression into the site itself, but the pathing meant that Caddy Jones, again, just by tucking in towards default, was just able to overwhelm. But with the space that they got initially, Team Norway feel like they can go back towards this area of the map. They can go towards A, and they could try and execute because of the amount of pressure that Team Portugal are applying in towards mid, and this will work.
Caddy Jones sits back at ticket, and always support from that AWP at jungle, but smoked off momentarily. Not going to be able to see a thing as they enter in the bomb site. Utility good. Response is fast in Portugal, though. You can see blue dots on the radars everywhere. Sana just catches on through the smoke. That is unlucky, but Kiki responds with one of her own. Yoon too. Everyone's just firing through the grey screen. Over the top comes Pollux. Oh, that felt like it was hers every day. D7 able to adjust and get the kill back, but Kiki, fast one in response. 2 on 2. Bomb still not planted. Zana, she wants to slowly move closer. Kiki is stuck in the back box. See, Ari's just holding in case this peak comes. Double up in CD. You do feel someone's going to have to make this move shortly. Vari taps that bomb. Zana, you imagine swing, so perhaps there's some comms where she can tap it. Kiki can then move forward. Okay, Ari just wins the fight. That works too. Kiki did start to maneuver, and they're going to try the same old trick, and works out. Perfectly played by Ari.
Yeah, well done from Ari. You see, Zana and Ida both were in CT, and where you've got sort of that stalemate where no one moves and you have to go off the back of the audio, Ida's moved away from Zana. So to be honest, even with that fake plant, Zana shouldn't have swung. She should have just waited. She should have just held her angle, because regardless, you're still going to have a 2v2 retake. The only way Team Portugal lose that round is if they give over these mistakes, if they overextend. Zana walks straight into the crosshair, and then Ida can't trade immediately. So you're setting up these one-on-ones. So it's well played from Norway. But it's these mistakes from Portugal which do creep in more often than not.
Ari's actually been having a really good map so far. As far as the Norway squad goes, Kiki, the other big performer, has been removed early. Zana spotted on that jiggle. Seems it. Smoke. AG doesn't blow it, but Yoon actually does find a slight gap. Looks needs to get this kill. Can't quite adjust. Underneath comes Yoon. Where one is, another quick to follow. Ida gets another bit of action as player creeps past their crosshair. Good dink. Headshots return the other direction as well. Let's get past D7. And Peekaboo, okay. Making a conversation about this round. No HP, but a smoke blocks off Zana. You do have Yoon in short. Might just be the one that ends this entire round. The HG is perfect. And Yoon spots that final player.
Yeah, good round here again from Team Portugal. Ida's playing such a nice little passive line, and I don't think Zana got spotted. I think on the jiggle, when Team Norway were coming round and towards connector, they noticed that the smoke didn't completely protrude up towards the top. So another resmoke gets put in. Portugal was just the instant reaction, though. It's blowing open the smoke. It's having a rifle in towards connector as well. You notice that more often than not, there's always a rifler with Zana to help out. So even if Zana misses the shot, there'll be a rifler that swings in to try and trade. But this has just been one-way traffic on the CT side. And we know Team Portugal are a very good CT-sided team, but this could end 10-2.
Double up in Palace. Triple up, in fact, so maybe I'm just going to go for a waterfall play to end it. Position from Caddy Jones is actually brilliant to deal with this. Yoon can also support, so this is maybe the best counter setup for this play.
You need a molly on the Palace at the bare minimum. Because otherwise you're just going to walk straight into the setup as you mentioned. Yoon's just jiggling. Can also smoke off ramp. There's no smoke in towards Palace, but you don't want to smoke off ramp because you want them to walk straight into Zana. Is that going to happen? Well, potentially not. Catty Jones gets the first. Does a lot of damage onto the rest of the players. Zana now reveals herself, and this baits in Yoon further.
Do you have this player that's in middle that could still disrupt things, but it might not matter as everyone else has fallen. D7, nice headshot onto Mini to end the half. 10-2. Check out Zana and Yoon. Portuguese dominance.
Yeah, this was incredibly disjointed from Norway. They wanted to go together, and yet there was just no utility whatsoever. Like, it just wasn't. I'll be honest, it just wasn't very good. And Team Portugal were just able to just dismantle it. Cassie Jones gets the contact. Zana then follows up. Yuns then that unknown element. 1, 2, 3. Easy peasy. 10-2 for Team Portugal.
Kiki cops a gush. Another gush onto Mini. So 2 players forced backwards. Very deep smoke into connector so they can scale fast, and Ewan just hunts down Pollux. I'm back from Ari. I'm actually not planted yet, but it's actually quite an uncomfortable plant.
Oh.
And Kiki just around the edge of the box finds one. There is a kit. That smoke was deployed by the CTs, I think, to help them have the fight back into this. And it's quite worked out. Kiki, another kill. D7 and Yun. Yun's doubled up. D7 doubles up as well. And between the two of them, that's enough.
Well, how on earth have they turned that around then? It was Yun in the power position in jungle. I thought that position alone would net maybe 1 or 2 bonus kills, but Kiki sliding out and Ari even denying the bomb at the first instance gave the room for Team Norway to maneuver. But from here, it's just the individuals on display. 19-3. 19-3 for Yun. Exceptional work for Team Portugal. For Team Norway, they have to force in. But they lose this, they're doomed.
Eagles and an MP9. Great is the weaponry. Stem the flood. That's what they've got to work with. These good players in position. Harry throws the molly. They're ahead of it. Swing with the 5-7. Gets one. Zana fast in that trade. Now jigs up. You do have to commit to this. So I have Ari in the back of the site, and they are aware of it. And Pollux there too. Kiki on the fast flank though. Has managed to get one back. Mini with one of her own. A 2-on-2. Kiki still in the apartment, still being a nuisance. Mini from short gets one back. Zana, who's had a phenomenal map. 2 more kills required. A 20 bomb. But not going to happen. Mini from short. The fast rotations, the fast flanks from Kiki and Mini, enough for Norway.
Yeah, that completely saves them. Just the speed in which, and even Aria at the back of the site just living for as long as she does, enables that to come in the first place. Good idea from Team Portugal, but Mini hits some sharp shots right at the very end as well. That's a step in the right direction. If they can break the economy, then that'll make them feel a little bit more comfortable. Suddenly you're looking at 11-5. It's still a long way away from being successful. But confidence is the name of the game.
Kiki, her head armor could be actually in a bit of trouble on this A-bomb site. She's going to sit back a bit more passive. No, she wants to fight them. AK in hand. Definitely the weapon for the job. And yeah, okay. 1 before she's domed. A good damage. Ida burns out another. This force buy back puts it to a 3-on-3. They can scale into the bomb site. Even pick up the rifle. At least one of them. That AK is still there, and that's going to end up in the hands of Zana. Getting very close to CT, and a flashbang on over. Doesn't swing off. It does. It's a little late. Coordination on that, not quite there, and the eagle shot doesn't connect. Peekaboo with 2. And Ida can't get anything done. Peekaboo, there she is. Norway, deal with the force fire.
Yeah, they do, but it starts to get a little bit scary. At least for them, it didn't get too costly. Portugal got away with a bomb plant. They got away with 2 kills, and they couldn't do anything with it. They didn't save any weapons either. This will still be an eco, which, okay, another hurdle accomplished and bundled over just about for Team Norway. Now it's an eco. Just need to make sure you don't get ecoed. That should be okay. One step at a time.
Pullux needs to be a little careful. Flashbangs keeping them bay for the moment, but those deagles, we know what they can do. Amount of rounds we saw yesterday. I don't know if I want to remind you of those rounds,
Yeah.
but
I don't want to relive them.
there was some Counter-Strike the whole time. Peekaboo really coming alive in the second half. In fact, same with Mini. The two of them stepping up in these early rounds. Was that's just against the Ecos, but good to see.
Yeah, that's. I was gonna say, well, yes, but Peekaboo has only got eco kills, so this is where I kind of want to see Team Norway just stepping up a little bit more. Zana won't have an AWP in this. Pullux won't have one either, so it's just an even battlefield when it comes to the weaponry. All AKs versus all M4s and a Galil. I suppose for Ari. Out mid they go, D7. Jumps by, dodges the incendiary. And it's Catty Jones that gets the opening kill on Mini. There are two more players trying to push Catty Jones as she deals with another.
Okay. Two opening kills for Portugal. All the world in the room. So much time to a minute and a half in the clock. They're going to group, and that's all they need to do. Caddy disengages after all of those frags. Norway going to have to keep Peekaboo over there just to prevent the re-aggression. Double up in mid could still be the undoing. Pullux and Kiki present. And if you can find this player at water, Pullux clears this. That's the way back into the round. D7 catches her. Kiki will get that trade, but now you know where Kiki is, and you know that A most likely completely open, so they can just plant that bomb. Kiki can't control Vestana, and Peekaboo, yeah, she's been good, had some moments. But a 1v4, giving you a look in. I guess you've got the money, but it's a long road ahead in this comeback. I don't think her chances are going to be great. No, swings out the flames. Force her forward into Ida, and Portugal find that point.
Yeah, very, very simple. All off the back of like 3 players pushing Catty Jones. She deals with 2 of them. It wasn't really a difficult round of CS because then you go passive. You expect Team Norway are going to react elsewhere. This is how it starts. Push under, then pushing towards B apps. And Catty Jones deals with so many of them. And then D7's made her way out mid and just sits there, waits for a reaction, gets one in the form of Pullux. Well, we might end A here on Mirage. Remember, this is Team Norway's map pick.
Pullux needs to have the impact with the AWP. It's been a real struggle for her so far on Mirage. Doesn't look like
She's not here.
Right
she's on
place.
B. Yeah.
Yeah. Expecting B to be the play, but A is where they're hitting. Mini gets one, but removed. Ida and Zana strike in unison. Smoke on the connector is going to completely lock off 2 of these CTs. Pullux gets caught in spawn on the rotation. Zana gets aggro. A 2-on-4 for Norway to stay in this map, but not going to happen. Surely not. Another falls. Ari, 1 versus 4. Let's start thinking about Dust 2 in a moment. So many numbers. Doesn't even have a kit either. They know where she is, and as soon as she starts to move forward, they all swing in tandem. Portugal take Mirage.
Yeah, that was so clean from Portugal. And to be honest, it didn't really look like much of a challenge. The game against Team Slovakia was way more difficult for Team Portugal. For them, it was pretty much just cruise control. Wherever they wanted to go on CT side, they did it, and they did it with confidence. Team Norway just couldn't hang with them. There was a nice round from Team Norway here or there on the A-bomb site, but apart from that, nothing really to write home about, if I'm being completely honest. Pullux completely absent. Kiki looked okay in parts, but again, this is what we were saying in the pre-show. You can't look okay in parts, especially when your qualification is on the line.
Yeah, it felt like some of the individuals had moments, but like the moments were disparate, right? There just wasn't that consistency across the team. And I think just as a unit, the cohesion didn't really feel there. I'm not actually sure who's calling on this team. I'm not 100% certain. Maybe I can check that. Should we do a little spreadsheet? But anyway, I'll look at it in a minute. So yeah, I'm not sure kind of how much time they've had as a team in the server and all the rest. Obviously, Portugal have that experience as the former FIFA core, as we keep saying. So they do have that inherent advantage coming into this. But Yeah, it definitely felt like Norway very individualistic, and when they did go for the set plays on that T side, for instance, it was a little bit disconnected at times. Like, yeah, it just
Yeah.
didn't feel like it was on the same level that Portugal were playing, and it might have worked against some of the weaker teams, but against a team like Portugal with such a star-stacked lineup, your team play needs to be on point if you want to break through.
Absolutely. And Yun was incredible. I mean, like, I really want to highlight Yun because, again, a player we don't really see too much in the domestic leagues and was popping off. Like, had, like, I mean, even top ranked the server potentially. Maybe Zana was on level with her, but incredible performance. And it just, there was nothing complicated about this on the CT side. It wasn't like Team Portugal were adjusting, making these the sort of little micro decisions in the heat of the moment with the rounds. It was very simple CS. They did exactly what they wanted to do. They played their game. To be honest, this is very much when the players say we just play our own game. This is a showcase of what it looks like to play your own game when no one stops you, when you can do no wrong on the server. That is what it felt like. And Team Norway really struggled to just compete on an individual level with these guys.
I think that's at the end of the day kind of the outcome. Just to confirm, Mini is calling on this squad. I think Anakin was originally listed as a player on this team and was going to be the All-Pro. I'm not sure whether they made changes or just a substitute situation with Ari, but that's what it was originally listed as. So I think they've changed some of the roles around as potentially they've gone on. But overall, Portugal's cohesion on a whole nother level, and never really felt like that moment was going to happen for Norway. There was a couple of these consecutive rounds at the side of the CT side, and you feel like, okay, maybe there's a way back into this, but they just needed that base to work with. You know, it needed to be 4-5 rounds in that first half so that you could stage that CT side comeback. And I mean, it's always going to be the difficulty of starting on, you know, your map take. You're always on that T side, and I think that's why Mirage comes back to that veto. I thought was maybe not where you want to take it, just because Portugal are going to be really comfy on this map, and maybe you're better off going for something you can try and punish on, like that nuke, for instance. But, you know, they made their choice. They went for a map that they felt that they could take Portugal on and couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. Imagine if it was more of a tactical based map and then we saw some just structure because you can't have the individuals going toe to toe in these two lineups because it's not going to work. You've just seen how it works, and now you go on to D2, an equally sort of skilled map where it is just aim central. We just saw how that went for Team Norway. They need to bounce back. They need to reset. Can they do it with qualification on the line? We'll have to find out just after the break.
Map 1, a Portuguese masterclass brand, and that was the pick of Norway. We go to our second favorite sandy map, at least in the top three of the three that we're playing in this veto, which is Dust 2. And well, we saw a great, well, not great. We saw a great performance from Zana. Overall team performance was a bit hit or miss from Portugal, but Zana was phenomenal. I think the big thing is if Zana wasn't phenomenal on that map, I think Slovakia would have taken it in too. So will it matter so much whether Zana's online here or not?
No, no,
Okay.
not at all. From what I saw on map one, I'll phrase it like this: whoever out of Team Portugal and Team Slovakia would have won that best of three yesterday, whether it's Slovakia here or whether it's Portugal, they're beating Team Norway. That's the way I'm currently seeing it. It wasn't good viewing for Team Norway. I hope it was a one-off. I really hope they can kind of pull their finger out and get back in because they need to. You go on to D2, you get to pick which side you start on. Thing is, if you were watching the game yesterday, do you want to put Big Keeper on CT side? Do you want to start CT side? Do you want to give T side over? There's so many of these questions where I don't know if they've got the answers either. And I'm really, really worried for them. I'm going to be honest. I am really worried. I have a zero confidence that they're going to win Dust 2. I hope they can, but I can't see them doing it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're working with a very small sample size in terms of what we've witnessed firsthand. The previous results on paper look good for Norway. Obviously, some of the teams haven't been the strongest that they've gone up against, in terms of known names. Serbia definitely didn't have those. Germany did actually have a few players like Spike, for instance, but overall, they've lost the games you kind of expected. But the close run versus Portugal, the close run versus Sweden, it kind of, in that group stage, it does, suggest that there is something for this Norway team. It's just it didn't come out in the server on that first map. So I'm going to hold out, a little bit of hope for them because we know that these individuals, have played so good Counter-Strike before. Guild has had its ups and downs, but there's definitely been some really strong performances in the past from these individuals. It's just getting it all together at once against a Portugal that is just on a steamroll.
And it's the thing is that Mirage looks so individualistic though that even when they executed A, they were still going out one by one, and you can't have that. You can't have that trade spacing because you were just getting punished. There was a setup in particular I remember where Team Portugal had 3 players on A. Sure, that's a dangerous setup to walk into, but it was like clockwork. One player peak ramp, Zana gets the kill. 3 seconds later, one player then walks out Palace because they decide they need to go and get the trade. Player on site, Catty Jones gets the kill immediately. Well, Catty Jones is in sandwich. Either way, she gets the kill. And then you've got Yun who's baited in the entire time. You expect Yun to then be taking the contact almost immediately, being this player in disguise. Have to wait sort of 3, 4, 5 seconds before Yun even activates and gets that kill. It's so individual when you're even hitting the same bomb site, and it's that coordination that needs to sharpen up because you just can't have that. It's not going to work, especially against Team Portugal. It is not going to work. It is not a good enough level of CS, and I'm concerned. I want to see Pullux more on the AWP. I think we only saw Pullux like twice on the AWP, and that was due to money. So I hope she can pull it out. I hope we can kind of see a bit more of what she's got to offer, because I think she did take down Zana once when she had the AWP out of the very limited rounds she did. So if she can neutralize Zana, then there is a world.
Yeah, she's the difference maker, 100%. If they're gonna pull off the kind of reverse sweep and force us to a third map, it's going to be Pullux having a standout performance on that AWP on this map because it's a recent role for her to take up primarily. I think I've definitely seen her as like a secondary role for before, but to be wielding it as the kind of main player, that's a lot of responsibility to be taking on, right? And these are the sort of games where you need to be having that impact on maps where the AWP is so prevalent that Zana showed, how impactful it can be. And Dust 2, Zana, her form was looking great on Mirage. And I don't think that's going to, change in Dust 2. I think she's just going to feel more emboldened. And my worry with Pullux on the AWP is how much initiative does she want to take? Because, she's often a bit more of a supportive player kind of in her team. So if she's going to be the primary AWPer, not just in this team, but I guess on Astralis as well, that's the question mark for me. The question I need to see answered and I want to see answered is, are we going to see almost an attitude shift, right? It feels like AWPers need to have that ego, and that's what we need to see from her. So that's what I hope to see.
It's that, but it's also I'm going to go and peek this angle rather than I'm just going to go head over here and see what happens. Like, I feel like the way that Pullux plays, there's a real air of just comfort in being in the right position. But you're right, it kind of lacks the I'm going to go and do this, and then I'm going to take control of this area, and then I'm going to move over here. It's a lot more direct, right? And that's kind of what I'm worried about with that as well. I think we need to see if Pullux is going to be a supportive AWPer right now for Team Norway, then use your flashbangs to set up Kiki. Because Kiki was finding multi kills, Kiki was finding a little bit more impact in the server than anyone else for Team Norway. In my opinion, I think Ari had a good game, so I think maybe you try and enable Kiki and Ari to kind of be the players that are gonna drive forward.
Yeah, I think we'll get a little delay getting into the second map. So we're going to get a short break. When we come back, we'll be straight into the servers. So don't go anywhere. There we go. I told you guys it wouldn't be long. Straight into it. Just needed to go to a break and then everything's good.
That's how it works sometimes. You want the issue to be resolved, so you throw it to a break and you hope, and then you come back. Portugal starting on T side. This is where they struggled. So I'm hoping for Team Norway, they can stop Team Portugal almost immediately and kind of get them feeling that same feeling they did against Team Slovakia yesterday. But right now, everyone is basically going B. So we've got a lurk on. Zana has walked all the way over in towards long. We'll drop some utility for A. That'll try and build and pull a rotation over. If she gets a kill here, it sells it even more.
You can just chill out as well. They're going to be so focused on her and may find some lurks, but it might not even matter as into B. Ari is held. Oh my lord. There we go. 3k from Ari. Peekaboo hits one over an 8. Norway kick things off well on Dust too.
There we go. Nice shots from Ari. Exactly what Team Norway needed. And for Portugal, where they're going in towards B there, as soon as they take contact, I feel like there should be a player that has got flashes just right at the back of tunnels. So just in case things go a little bit out of hand, you have got an insurance policy, especially because I think it was Zana had like smoke flash. I know she had the smoke flash PT50 for probably long, but I don't know. They're trying to make the most of the economy. I like playing things safe. So flash would have been nice. Flashbang. Oh, speaking of, there it is. And it has worked out for one, but Mini steps in and does deal with a couple more. It should be fine with Pullux here with the M4.
Yeah. Sports arriving in Peekaboo as well, and Lux will clean that first one up. Second, everyone just jiggling. I'd love to get a third kill if you're on this Portuguese team. You came into this with a flashbang, so would have been nice, but good kill on the MP9 as well. Where'd that FAMAS go? M4 somewhere? Yeah, nice. So it's all good. Just lose 2 and you pick up the rifles.
Clean. There we go. Okay, next little box checked. Dealt with the pistol, dealt with the eco. Now see how you fare with the full gun round. And you recovered all the rifles. You only really lost an MP9. AK's all in play for Team Portugal as well. I think yesterday what they really struggled and what plagued Team Portugal was that they never really just kind of went and did an execute together. It was always this default. Taking lower with D7, scaling in towards short, and then sitting about in short for maybe like 20, 30 seconds before actually doing anything.
Short. Double up long from Norway. There's actually no one ramp, no one sight, no one car. So Portugal, if they just scale, tries to find how free this space will be. Catching Yun if she goes too early, though, will be really nice. Oh, Yun gets 1. And now you've got a lot of information for Portugal.
That's actually kind of wild to me how there's no one on site at all. But at least Team Norway are grouping together. They're going to come through short and try and fight this. Is there a flashbang to get them through here? No, instead it's dry contact. Pullux will get the first. Oh, and the second. Well held from Pullux, and she even wants more. Leaves it all up to Zana in the 1-on-3. Has to jiggle round from Goose. Tries to swing a little bit early. Will finally deal with Pullux, but there's more than enough time for the defuse. Great
stuff from Norway. Portugal denied. That was weird that, I guess the big issue was that they didn't have anywhere to go. That one played back. Pullux winning out her fights and asked on her to step up. That's a nice way to do it. Great tap from Zana, but Pullux, actually, I didn't realize she got all 3 of those. So,
yeah,
massive round from her. Now she gets the AWP. She took Mirage personally, I think.
I hope so.
She heard you.
Oh, okay. Both players out long, both know about each other. There's a little bit of a disguise here of where the Tech-9's got to, but that distraction has worked perfectly. Kiki's got a molly. Ida needs to be careful here because she gets overwhelmed by Peekaboo. Kiki will finally fall, but Minnie has dealt with D7 out long, and these 2 players are holding things down on A.
These rifles in play, so actually it still looks pretty good for Portugal. A smoke into short, they are going to plant the bomb, and it's an interesting position to find yourself in if you're Norway. Smoke's actually terrible, so Ari can play around this a little bit. Good flashbang, that's brilliant. Double swing, Minnie gets the shot. Peekaboo, a follow-up. Zana again, forced back into a clutch. This one's looking a lot more doable. First 2 are hers. Third, oh, a tap from Zana. And that's the 1v3 she was looking for to get Portugal on the board.
Yeah, well done from Zana. We're already seeing a couple of her taps this series and yesterday already, and she's just brought that one out right when it matters. Even recovers Pullux's AWP right at the very end. So that's a free upgrade, and that's a way back in. You felt like the previous round, that should have been one that Team Portugal converted. Instead, it's this one. It's a lot more unlikely. That requires a superstar, but it's Zana to step up.
Minnie, MP9, gets one. They're trying to crunch. Pullux from above. She can find this kill. That's the bomb. Isolated, but Ida does win that fight. Peekaboo's just got a deagle. Both remaining CTs towards A. Portugal's read on this? Because you've killed 3 players in tunnels. Surely you're expecting that he might be a little bit weaker. Oh, Peekaboo! Almost a second. Zana's low. Kiki can win this. The wide swing. Kiki. Oh, the dink as well. But it's not quite enough. Yun will win out the fight, and Portugal get the round.
That's terrifying. I really thought Portugal played that well. I thought they were going to reset. They were just going to go short together. Instead, they all go through the mid doors. They have no utility. They somehow run into both of the Norwegian players. And it is nearly a complete disaster. But it's another clutch. It's Yun bailing them out. And now that's the economy broken. This is probably going to be the equalizing round. Everyone from Team Norway being boosted in towards short. Want to fight. Team Portugal head on.
Very quick. There are a lot of bodies here for the T's, so should be able to hold against them. They do lose one, and Zana's isolated. Zana's dropped. Ari's found one as well.
No way.
They're being pinned. Ida and Yun, now that they do have the bomb at least. There's only one player actually towards the side. That's Ari, who's only got a USP. They can get across. Get the bomb down. Very fast and short, though. Come the CTs. There's no utility for Portugal to deal with. And Pullix is hit shot with the orb. Ida in trouble. They're just going to swarm. She can't do anything here. Going to be run down from every direction. Swiveling. There's a wild spray. Oh my god, Ida! They swarm her, but she just bats them away.
I am speechless. I am absolutely speechless that Ida has won that. And if Ari has any other gun that's not a USP, this round is over. But Ida still does so much more work. Look at this on a swivel. See you later.
Oh my god.
Oh, I tell you what this feels like. Map 3, when Portugal played Slovakia, where it was almost all of those clutches going in favour of Team Slovakia, and they couldn't get it over the line. This time, every single clutch is going in favour of Team Portugal. That, however, was really expensive. That was such an expensive round. And that is one that Portugal should even have won. They should not have won that round.
1v3, a 1v1, and a 1v4. It's a stinger. I mean, the good news for Norway is at least you put Portugal to an iffy spot where if you do win this one, they're probably force buying, so it won't be pretty. Can get this CT side back on track after Portugal steal away 3 rounds.
Yeah, steal is the correct adjective. One smoking towards short. It's the same util set a little bit, but good reaction here from Team Norway, just taking long. They're expecting a lurk. Instead, this is going to be mid to B. And now Pullux should be able to... No! Pulls out her nade at the worst timing, and suddenly Team Portugal was scaling.
Harry and Kiki, though, defenders on the bomb site, and they've looked like they've maybe done enough. D7, one back. Mini gets hers. D7 doing everything. As D7 and Zana. Zana strikes first. Jiggling on Peekaboo. And Zana with the second. The side defenders able to hold them off for the moment. But D7 and Zana, 2 kills apiece. And that's enough.
That's 2 on 4. Is that another one of those disadvantageous 1vx, 2vx situations in which Portugal just able to completely turn that one around? That could have been completely nullified, by the way, if Pullux just shoots rather than pulls out her nades. Portugal take the lead. Norway reduced to just pistols yet again. But they nearly won the pistol round before. So I've got hope.
Harry and Mini are rocking Deagles with armor. Convergence on middle, the Norwegians. Portugal is going to group long. And Norway will start to make moves in that direction. They're going to have the bodies present.
Damn, that flies that far on that molly. That's crazy. They are in the right place. Oh. But it's Ida against USPs and unarmored opponents, and you don't want to give her a chance. There's one kill back from Peekaboo. Ari has hit another, but that's all it will end up being. A couple of casualties. This is much better handled from Team Portugal. They find 5 on the T side so far.
One doesn't get too spooky. They learn their lesson. See Norway with a full investment. Oh, out again. Norway fight for long control, so they're going to get that early. And Portugal group, 4 players in the uppers, so you're expecting B going to be where they go. Ari was good on the defense before. We'll need Pullux to arrive to help her out. Pushing forward, Caddy does see her. Utility going forward. Ari's wiped out from the window. Pullux is up. Peers forward, not getting the kill. She's looking forward. There it is. Forced off though. Bomb planted. 4 on 4. Right here. Kiki can find Yun. That's a way in.
Oh, it's close. Has got the support now as well from Mini. They can double swing Yun. They can isolate her. Have managed to do it. Okay, this starts to feel a little bit better, but you need to get past Zana on the angle. Flashbang forward. Zana dodges it at the first instance and still hits Mini. Oh my goodness me. Zana keeps on going. It's always a highlight reel when you spectate Norway locked out. Portugal trying to book their plane tickets to Riyadh.
Locked out. Zana locked in. 13 for 5. Dusty's just her map. Just doesn't miss a shot. Beautiful to see Zana in form. I think it's a big part of what makes Bigger Keeper such a exciting team. Look at all the other pieces to that roster. A fight towards long. Caddy Jones has won that out. Portugal. Let's go quickly. I'm just going to say, all right, I'll take this space. Half by from Norway. Kiki's FAMAS. The biggest investment, and it is here in the right place. Behind the side, but flushed out. Forward fights forward, and of course, Zana hits another. Now we're starting to see the Portuguese playing like a mirage, where it's just confidence kills.
Oh, come on, D7. That's not fair. She just swapped to the pistol. She was like, oh, you want a fair fight? Here we go. Just killed her anyway. You're right. This is just Portugal doing whatever they want. Criminal. Absolutely criminal. Zana spots 2 crossing B as well.
Portugal is going to get that test in the right place as Portugal assemble in short. Molotov over. He's going to be forced to sit back. Nice little boost, and Pullux hits the shot. Spots D7. Zana's going to try her luck and can't get past Pullux. So a good hold from the Norwegian sniper. Hyder actually picks up the AWP from Zana. This is not going to be a successful round for her. Like to do more damage though, if possible. Ooh, a really clean shot. Economy is tenuous for Norway, so you take down another couple of opponents. Done your job. And they're giving her a lot of respect. She's got space to work with. Pick on the car. I do not favor Mini, but I can't quite adjust. And Pullux, well, great round from her. Takes down that final kill. Triple for her.
Yeah, good round from Pullux. Even gets mollied off, and she gets the first kill. Adjusts onto the second as well. That one's quite a simple one for Zana's scoping on the angle. There were just no flashbangs here for Team Portugal. They dropped all their util, apart from the one thing that actually matters when you're scaling towards short, flashes. They allow Pullux all of the room to breathe. Actually, Zana's not taking the ult fight. It's Yun with the spawn. It's Yun not with the kill.
You really want to retake this control, and yeah, they're going to. Second layering of flashes. Peekaboo, though, up on top, able to get 2. Beautiful hold of Long. So Norway might be able to get away with 5. A 3-on-5 for Portugal. Pullux in a good spot, hits her shot. The bomb gifted over. Even further damage. Zana will hit her back through that wall. Oh my god, Zana! I can't believe she's just run through and gotten that kill. That is insanity. Maybe there is still a conversation about this round now. Cuddy Jones is low. Ari has made a cool move, pushing into the tunnels. That is going to give the space onto site to plant the bomb. And Zana still lives. And in this post plant, with the AWP on B, you know exactly what she can do. Peeking down. Ready for these players to swing. Misses the shot. Misses that first opportunity. A fall back to Platt to focus on the tunnel. She can watch windows first. Patty Jones, remember, so low and brought lower by that HE. You think just swarming the side should be enough. Zana in the back lines at 1v3 again. She's on fire. There's nothing she can do. Norway with 5.
Yeah. Norway did play that really well. There was every world in which Zana hits that flick, the swipe down when she peeks in towards window. And then suddenly that becomes like a 2-on-1. You can get very dangerous, but it is just all Zana. Team Norway play that well. The group position from Ari was really nice because she didn't actually peek. Even when the bomb got planted, she didn't peek until her teammates were ready to go. So really good discipline. In case Portugal wanted to come and take tunnels, they couldn't because Ari was there as well. Just constricts them and confines them to that bomb site. Makes the retake a lot more easier. And 5, I think you run away with that, to be honest, if you're Norway. I think you're very happy with how that went. But it was a CT side I was a lot more impressed with Team Portugal yesterday.
I think the crazy thing is, I mean, this could have been like an 8-4 half the other way, right? Like those 3 1vx's. I mean, Portugal had no right winning the Ida one. B4. P2K. Oh, okay, P2K. Gonna be like, yeah, I don't know. To me, it doesn't feel like it's gonna be good, but she hits the 1 tap. I just hate the way it sounds. We've gotten some control, but Ewan's played this really nicely. Sits back at Gandalf, so she knows they can't scale short. Teammates can just arrive. Player in pit could be the issue. Have to deal with Kiki. The long range, that post plant Glock. I don't know if I love it either. Flash forward. Ewan hits her second shot and not done with it either. Ewan is phenomenal. Portugal get the pistol.
Play that really well as well, Ewan. Just, again, very similar to Ari in the previous round. Didn't peek until her teammates were ready. And she only swung once the flashbang was set up by Ida. Once there was another player, I think it was Zana, that was swinging in towards short as well. There was always 2 players having 1 point of contact on a Norwegian enemy, which was really good to watch. And between, actually, Yun and D7, they just kill everyone.
Right, the bomb plant, it's just going to be Deagles. Classic deco. Norway. Can get scary. The D7's nullifying a lot of that threat with some shots up top mid against Eagles of all weapons. Easily peasily done.
just shooting how many bullets just into them through the wall. It's not fair. And now Kiki was boosted, hoping for a long push. In fact, she might be rewarded. We should get the kill, though. Or you gonna be Farah? No. And Kiki actually gets a second. Okay. Low HP, needs the bomb. Not happening. But 2 kills when you're last alive. Don't mind that. However, Famas gets upgraded into M4.
It's neat, though. You know, up on high. Get a couple of kills. You're not expecting someone there. It's cool. Portugal 4 rounds away. Norway 4 rounds trailing. Norway gonna take their B spawns. And at the moment, I don't think County Jones, although D7's close by. Portugal have emphasized long control, so if you can get the clean entries into B, you've got a round on your hands. Starts with his first. County Jones wins the fight against Kiki, and now they start to move, and they don't commit. That smoke causing issues.
Yeah, that's again. That's the thing. Kiki running through that smoke. If you're gonna do that, you need to do it with more than just one of your teammates. And you've got utility. I mean, look at the belts of Norway. Like you could have flashed. You could have done anything really, but Kiki's just kind of thrown herself just into that fight. If she gets the entry, it's a completely different story. But there's just no backup. Flashbang over the top to force Ida away means there's going to be scaling towards short here for Norway, but it's a well-timed smoke from Zana on top of the catwalk. 50 seconds left. Team Norway have pretty much committed themselves in towards A, and Portugal are ahead of this.
Oh, that is a beautiful grenade. Look at the damage that did. I mean, they knew exactly what was going on, so why wouldn't you throw your HE right on him? Soften them up. Play a tucked in Goose, and Ida also in a good spot. And Ida, in fact, going to take the fight to them with a massive double. Zana just crawls out, and she closes it. Easy as you like for Portugal. They knew exactly what Norway's play was.
So smart. You mentioned the nade, but also Ida just taking the contact. And where Long's been uncontested for so long, she feels comfortable enough just to completely leave it vacant, expose herself to it. Let Zana be the closer. She gets 2 kills, like more than necessary. It makes it just look so easy as well. Pistols for Norway. Fast B for Norway. Trying to test Catty Jones again. Never mind. They deceive me and everyone. As they completely run through lower. They're trying to go mid. Maybe they do want to go B. This is crazy.
Okay. 2 players on the side. Ida actually runs through the CT smoke, so she'll be there from behind, and the defenders on the side are actually doing all the work anyway. There's a little bit of a attempt on a team kill. There's so many bodies running at you. You're just in that reflex mode where you're flicking every direction. Minnie needs an ace clutch. Molly doesn't make it easier. Zana will lock it in for Portugal.
It's been impressive watching Ida just in like the closing moments of maps for Team Portugal. Not only, I say not maps, series. Like it feels like the deciding maps for Team Portugal. Like Ida just stepped up yesterday against Slovakia. Steps up today against Norway. Like has a lights out performance. I think it was D7 that dinked her actually coming through the window. But
yeah.
Regardless. Norway, nice idea with the mid to B, but it wasn't meant to be. And now suddenly, you're in a situation where you're running out of ideas, and you've got 2 rounds. That's your safety net.
Yeah, if Norway loses this round, it's probably game. It's probably series. It's probably the end of the road to Riyadh. But winning it is the start of redemption. Peekaboo spots the jiggle. Nice kill on D7. Doesn't overcommit either. While Norway take presence in short, Ida is very close by. Regular hands and blocks her vision, so she can just, she steps back, just careful not to fall off. She's actually falling in one direction. Oh, that flash play actually works out somehow for Ida. Everyone was blind. And she still gets the double.
No. That's not how that play works. And yet it does. Norway, if they go mid to B here, this could be quite good. Ida, caught in between two different decisions. I think she might get caught with a back turn. No, that smoke actually aids her, and she's just going to walk straight by. Oh, this is so horrible. They're not going to be ready for her whatsoever. It's Catty Jones holding down the site. It's Ida walking through the smoke, but Ari does everything, but it might not even matter. Her teammates have fallen by the wayside. Catty Jones with an important triple to anchor down B. It's Portugal for qualification point.
Catty Jones has been so good on that B defense. It just feels like anytime they test it, which has been a lot, that's been the frequent calling card. It's either through short or it is this mid to B play. She's just able to stand and always get a multi. It's massive from her. Doesn't even really need the team to bail her out. Riyadh point for Portugal. They're going fast into middle. Another mid to B play on the cards. D7 swings, gets that first kill. The rest of the team splits into the side. Catty Jones can't get that multi this time. She falls, but D7 doesn't. Oh, D7 doesn't show any mercy. D7 is inevitable. And it leaves it to Ari to pick up the pieces. 1 versus 3 to keep Norway alive. You're going to get a double swing. First, hers. Zana misses the shot. An opportunity for Ari. Through the double doors comes Yunno and denies the dreams. Portugal will take the series 2-0.
Yeah, well played from Team Portugal. They made this series look a lot cleaner than the previous ones. And that means that they have qualified through to the IESF Global Finals in Riyadh. So that's really exciting for them. It's commiserations as well to Team Norway because they made it so far, but Portugal was just on a completely different level today. Like, they were untouchable.
Yeah, they were looking at actually a lot better than they were yesterday against Slovakia. I think some big improvements. All the individuals are online kind of at every moment. It didn't feel like there was an issue that's been with the Portugal team where you have kind of one player stepping up and being like, having a fantastic map or fantastic series, and then kind of the rest are hit or miss. It was really everyone firing off at different points. And when Portugal's not relying on D7, going 20 to 30 kills, or relying on Zana going 20 or 30 kills, when everyone's contributing, this team is terrifying. And that was always the story of Bigger Keeper as well, right? And where that potential was. And when it's all working, it's beautiful to watch.
It is. I mean, look, you got to give a lot of credit to everyone for this Dust 2 performance, because you had the ridiculous clutches in the first half, Zana, Ida, and then you just had every single round on that CT side felt like there was a moment for one of these players. Catty Jones locking down that B bomb site with 3 important kills. D7 in that last round has literally just killed everyone, basically. Yun on this pistol, just making sure that the momentum just remains for Team Portugal the whole way through. It was brilliant to watch, and they fully deserve to qualify through, because let's not get it wrong. They had their struggles, but today with this game, it all came together, and we saw Team Portugal and what they're going to show at the end of the year.
Yeah, commiserations to Norway as well. Obviously, they've had a pretty tough group. They were able to get through and had some very close wins close games against some really tough opponents. Mentioned the Sweden, last mentioned the Portugal, lost both those games down to the wire. So, the individuals obviously, are there. It's just weren't there on the same level as Portugal were today. But I think on Dust 2, we got to see a little bit more about of what Norway's potential is. And, that CT side, for instance, those 3 clutches, I mean, one of them comes down to like a 1v2 that they, a 2-on-1 that they, 1v2 they lose, so it's not as big a deal. But the 1v3, the 3v1 and the 4v1, if those go the other way, you leave that second half with the lead, it could have been a completely different story. We could be talking about Anubis right now. So I know the scoreline looks like a bit of a blowout because the second half was fairly one-sided. Norway definitely were looking considerably better, and I think Pullux as well, a few big moments from her. So good to see that. That was something we kind of talked about going into this series. We wanted to see Pullux and her impact on the AWP. there's definitely, that one massive highlight round from her. So all the ideas were there, and commiserations for Norway as they sadly won't be going to Riyadh, but for Portugal, celebrations as they do. That's our first game of the day. We have a best of one coming out, which will be Team France, and I don't know if we've actually got exactly who
Not
they're
yet.
playing yet. It's the winner of the other best of three, so that'll be taking place a little bit later, a little bit of an extended break until that one. So make sure you return to see which team will be ending up with the better seed. And we're back, guys. Ready to jump into our last game of the day. And this one's going to be a very exciting one, Brad. And we're on to the best of one seeding games. Every team is qualified. And I guess I should preface this game before we even dive into it. Our team joining Portugal is Denmark. They won out their game versus Romania. So they will be going to Riyadh. So congratulations, Denmark. And now they're going to be playing France for seeding.
That is an incredible result for them, but also means that IESF misses out on Anna, who is the best player in the world. She
True.
doesn't qualify. She is not there. That is a shock to me, but Team Denmark, they earned it. They had arguably one of the toughest sort of runs to even get here in the first place, and they completely deserve it. I mean, what a talented team.
Yeah, and it was a close game actually versus Romania too. A 2-1 victory for Denmark. They actually got destroyed on Dust 2 by Romania. I actually should bring up the scoreboard for that because that feels like it's going to be a masterclass from Anna. You imagine 13-2, 25 kills, 3 deaths on Anna on that second map. But when it came to Nuke, the decider, well, a Danish stack on Nuke. What else can you say, right? 13-9 to win out the series. So actually quite close there. And now that they've got the tough game out the way, I mean, this game's probably going to be very hard, but they've got the one that was the most stressful out the way. And now seeding, obviously, I mean, Denmark already know how important seeding is because they had a very rough seeded this event and have had to do it the hard way. They've done it. So they'd love to win this game now and go into the finals at the end of the year, not having to do it the hard way again.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm actually just taking a look at that Nuke game, and it was Marie and it was Ismo that were both right up there at the top of the board, and then Ramsden was on 21 kills, right behind them too. So amazing to see. However, who topped the server? Anna. So that's a bit heartbreaking, but that's the way it goes. But you're right that the pressure's off for this game. Ultimately, it'd be great if you win this because then you're right, it does put you in a better position come Riyadh. However, you've got your ticket. You are there. That's the most important thing at this stage. And you can go into this with not too many stakes. You can just try and play your best form of CS and see where it takes you. And I think with the current form that they're in, Denmark should be taking this over Team France.
I mean, I would have been in a different boat had Spain not beat France. That really kind of shifted the whole storyline in my head because it really felt to me that Team France were the best team here outside of Poland coming into it. I thought, yeah, Team France can be the team that's up there alongside Poland. That's going to be the kind of two best teams. Poland did just about get past Sweden. I'm not sure if they deserved it, but they got there. And France, they faltered at Spain. So the two favorites kind of stumbling at the end. And that's shown, I guess, just the level of competition overall. And with Spain beating France, now I kind of do side with you a bit and think, yeah, Denmark can definitely take this.
Yeah, no, I think they can. I think that the individuals are all just sort of performing as and when they need to. And I think that's the most important thing for this Denmark team is that everyone has sort of peaked at the right time. And it's not just a case of, I'd think comparatively to Portugal, we'll bring up the roster for Denmark, but comparatively to Portugal, it's like the whole way through this sort of tournament, everyone's been providing. It's not just been Ismo, it's not just been Marie. Ramsden has been impeccable. Kit Kat and Anya have had their maps as well when you don't need to rely just so much on the carry. And that reminded me a lot of Team Portugal towards the very end of this qualifier. But Denmark have been doing it the entire way through.
Yeah, Denmark have been such an impressive team. And I'm really happy to see them find success here for so many different reasons, not just as, you know, their country and seeing this team find success, but there's just so many individual stories for the players here, right? You got Ismo and Marie, who are obviously staying on as Astralis. Great to see them continuing that fantastic performances we expect from them. We've got Kit Kat calling for this squad, obviously is taking over that new role in Astralis. So this being kind of her testing ground in the official capacity, really cool. Anya, a bit of a redemption, right? Having been benched, she's doing a bit of a showcase of her skills. So, you know, she's still an available agent out there for future teams. And then Ramsden, who is unleashed on this AWP, which is giving us, again, a bit of a teaser, a bit of a taste of what to expect from NIP next season.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm very excited for that because if Ramsden is unleashed and she is putting up this level, which I knew she had it because when we watched sort of Copenhagen Flames, Copenhagen Shield Maidens, I should say. Sorry, at Gale Gamer, sort of like in Suter in like 2022. Like she was unbelievable, like absolutely unbelievable. Again, she was IGL in there, but it was a similar storyline actually to this roster where she's kind of the older, more experienced player and just looking after the younger generation of Denmark. That was her role in Copenhagen Flame Shield Maidens. This is her role in the Danish national team, and she's found success under both. So it's a interesting little parallel both between her career trajectory domestically and nationally. So that's very cool to see. And you're right. The fact that she is now performing at such a level, if she is peaking now, right, with all these important events coming up, that is scary for a lot of teams.
Yeah, no, and it's just really cool to see. You know, she's gone through a few different rosters, and they've all been kind of on the brink of breaking through, right? And it feels like if she's hitting that peak form right now, that's gonna be enough for any team she's on, including Team Denmark, to just go the extra mile. And you know, when we look at this matchup, we look at the team they're against, Team France, you need your AWP to be firing off against this team, because this is a team stacked with talent. We've got obviously Kay a day in terms of the AWPing prowess for everything she's done on FlyQuest Red, and taking the IGL role in that team most recently as well, so bringing that to the table. And then we've got Julie bringing all of the experience. And I think what's been impressive from Julie, we haven't covered France here on this week, but last week we covered them a couple of times in the group stage, and Julie has actually been, in many cases, their best performing player, which when you look at this team and you look at how stacked with talent it is, you're not thinking, okay, yeah, Julie's going to be top of the board. No offense to Julie. You're looking at Rachel, who was the highest rated player at ESL Impact. You're looking at Astra, who was posting a 1.3 rating across the entirety of last year. You're looking at Emerald, who is this star that's just never really been in the right place at the right time to properly shine, but has all the talent. But no, Julie's been this phenomenal player for them, and the fact that they've been on boot camp as well, and they've had all this extra energy that comes with that, it's been looking really good for them. But they did fall to Spain, so they're not infallible.
How does this work with both Kayade and Astra on the roster? I'm assuming Kayade is primary AWPing.
Yeah, I mean, you've got literally everyone can AWP on this team, right? Emerald, Rachel, I think they can both AWP too, so you know. But yeah, Kayade is primary.
Okay, that's fine. I think it's a bit interesting, the fact that we have got two players that are definitely AWPers.
Yes.
And you've decided to take them anyway. But I mean, it works because they've qualified, right? And Astra is very good at rifling anyway. So that's the trade-off, is that if you want a second AWPer out of all of them, I guess you do take Astra. So that's not too bad whatsoever. I just that's my only little real sticking point on that roster, is that I feel like the roles could be a little bit muddled. But if they've got that all sorted, if they've been on boot camp, as you said, then they'll definitely iron that out.
Yeah. Just an interesting thing that didn't come to mind before we jump into the veto is we will have Emerald and Ramson were teammates for a bit on Flame Shield Maiden. So, you know, we get them playing against each other, which seems to happen all the time. Wait, let me process this.
It's ancient.
Production, there's oh yeah, right. Sorry, I'm an idiot. No, it's beer one. I was like, why are there so many reds? Is this a mistake? No, it's not a mistake, Brandon. It's ancient. Ancient is never a mistake. We're back to best of ones, which means it's nothing but ancient, guys.
Yeah. No, I got you. Don't worry. You see that? Look, it's Nuke.
Dude, I got so excited. I saw Nuke and Vertigo as second, as third, and fourth on this list, and I was like, oh my god, oh my god.
No, they're the bands.
Yeah, I know,
actually, if you look all the way over to the right-hand side with the trees, with Ancient, that's the map we're playing.
You know what?
Don't get it twisted. It's Ancient. Who's surprised? Well, no one. I guess you are a little bit, but I'm not. I really I didn't expect this. Where's this going now? I do favour Team France on this, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think that they're really good on this map. Just with the players that they've got. I've said that with full confidence. I've not actually seen them play like all year. But with that being said, Astra, really good on Ancient. Rachel, under Letter Kirk, unbelievable on Ancient. Everyone else, good on Ancient. That's Ancient. That's Team France. I don't know what to say anymore. We've got Ancient.
I will say to Denmark that they've definitely shown some good stuff on Ancient so far. That was the map where they should have beat Sweden in my books, where they just couldn't close it at the tail end, and Sweden just pulled out a few classic kind of Giuliano rounds that were enough to win it. But Denmark could have taken that map. So it's definitely a map that they're strong on. And I think it's the natural best of one map for both these teams because of that. So I think we're going to get an exciting game. This isn't going to be a blowout. This is going to be very close between them. And we don't have to wait any further. We're into it.
I'll change my mind. Team Denmark are winning. Ismo GOAT.
Okay. It's true. Ismo is the GOAT.
And they're on T side.
I got to back Team France.
Yeah,
because we've got two-letter cook players, and I'm still, paying recompense for my sins.
I'll go against them. It's only their best map. It's fine. I also think T side Team Denmark are going to have a better chance. If they started CT, I would have been more worried.
Okay. France are ready for an A hit, but nothing's come, and they've pushed main. So Emerald's got the info, and that's going to allow rotations, but Denmark executing, smokes over, no one on the site. The USP not connecting, so Denmark get the space, and you imagine bomb should go down. The post-line positioning into cave, pretty decent.
Yeah, this is really nice. Sure, you've got the delayed lurk here from Emerald, but there's no utility whatsoever to get by this. And Denmark have got a couple of flashbangs that Ramsden can set up and support her team with. It all depends on how much Emerald can find with the dualies. And nothing.
Ismo gets one, but then she goes. Marie doubles up in her place. And Rachel gushed earlier. It's a 3-piece from Marie. Finger looking good. Three-piece feed was a thing you could get from KFC.
I know. I was trying not to. I don't know why, but I was really trying hard not to laugh at it, and then I broke character. And then it was as I was about to actually just let out the laugh. You've gone 3 pieces at KFC. It just started explaining the joke.
You didn't respond to me. You just left me out to dry.
It's because I didn't expect it from you because you're vegan and you just made a KFC joke.
That's
I think that's more what it was. Flashbangs forward, Zeus. Yeah, I didn't work. Oh no, she hasn't fired it yet. Or it's recharging. I forgot about that feature. I don't know anymore. Anyway, Kit Kat's dead. 30 seconds.
All right, you've seen 2 players in cave. Just go somewhere where you can shoot guns from long range. You've got full donut. You've got A main. Should be a fine recovery. That was the one scare, the one hiccup. But going to be really hard to disrupt this. And you only lost the Mackie. And he's going to make sure it stays there. Not a good time to reload. Oh, okay, it's all good. It's okay. Ramsden's just got a USP, but let's not stress about that yet. Gizmo's on the lurk, gets hers. Marie, of course.
Oh.
Very capable. Looking for a double down on the triple. Maybe.
Don't give her a Mac 10 kill Ramsden. It's not worth it.
Yeah. Don't do it. I just gotta glow. Oh. Ramsden's gonna die, so
this is horrible.
Actually awful. Oh, yeah, Ramsden's dead. So that's kind of sucks for her, but she still has enough for the AWP, so it's all good.
Yeah, not the end of the world. And we saw that when we were watching Denmark. Ramsden never buys anything apart from armor on the second round because she wants the AWP always and forever. So she'll grab that. That's uncontested. No money for Kaede to afford that. She's gone A4. That's a rare A4 user in the midst. Love to see it. And for Denmark, I think might be going fast again over towards B. At least they want cave control. Boost up from Ramsden on the boxes. And a leg. Not even a leg. A wall bang onto Kaede. 50 HP now for her.
She's not going to be able to move from that position.
Oh, nice nade.
Sure, force off the angle. Just going to smoke defensively. Actually peeks ahead of it. Just a little tiny bit of damage on Anya. Trying to catch him. There are 4 CTs on B. And you know what? That's going to work out for them for that first kill because there's no space elsewhere. Kaede on the wide swing. Removes Ramsden's up. Been a real poke and prod from both sides, but France, they're the ones that have come out ahead.
It's going to be a really interesting matchup, this, because you've got France that are going to be really aggressive. You've got Asher, you've got Rachel that will just swing things. Kaede is known to get aggressive as well. And then for Denmark, it's really methodical. Their utility usage is normally quite sublime. So it's going to be a stylistic clash. It'll be interesting to see how it turns out. This will be a B finish. And no one from France has really moved. Emerald's rotated over towards A, sure. But there's still 3 defenders here. And there's only 30 seconds left.
Well, he misses the mark, so Astra is actually fine right here, doubling up with Rachel.
Oh, that's fine.
Even the long smoke missed too, so a bit of util off the mark, and that's going to cost them. Nice kill from Kit Kat, but Kaede, yeah, no issues on that line. Don't know if that missed utility, if that smoke does land long, if the molly does land in cave, whether it makes a significant difference, but definitely would have made their life easier.
Oh yeah, it would have made it a massive difference, because Asher wouldn't have been in the corner. They would have planted 4 long. They would have planted like 4 long in the bit where you don't get spam from cave, and we'd been able to have after plants. And just as I've said, the utility usage of Denmark, it's so sublime. They miss 2 key pieces and they lose the round. So not ideal from them. However, with that being said, Team France will take that all day long. Fight for mid. This is very fast with the Tech 9s and Kit Kat and Ismo. They got the hero rifles. It is straight to A.
Straight in, Emerald gets the first kill and still standing. Hasn't been run down just yet, and the time that she is able to pull out for her team is enough for Kaede to arrive. Ismo's lurk definitely heard. Bomb down though. Player disadvantage, and just the Tech 9 well gone now, in fact. You know Ismo was in mid, Rachel just walks out at the perfect timing, so that one's too easy to deal with. Denmark go fast, and France, they hold on.
Yeah, that one was, again, a little bit muddled there from Denmark, and it's because Emerald was staying alive for just a couple of extra seconds at the back box. They didn't feel comfortable when they put that bomb down. Ismo felt like she had to find something off the back of her lurk. She already revealed her position a couple of seconds prior, spamming in towards Rachel by cave. So she needs to progress. She needs to get the kill red, or she needs to lock Rachel into cave. But where Rachel didn't reface, Ismo assumed that she rotated away. So it feels a little bit dicey. Even with the bomb plant, it's still going to be an eco out here for Denmark. And Team France, they can start to settle down a little bit now. Get back into the swing of things. Their flashes are a little bit crazy. It is what I'm looking at here. Because there's a number of flashes that Team France are throwing that are just kind of all over the place.
Careful peeking into these deagles. Or maybe not. Maybe you can just overpower them. One thing that's worth mentioning is that France is on boot camp, has been on boot camp for this entire qualifier. Obviously gives them a pretty nice little buff. Ramson. Can she make it too? Oh, an extra bullet in the chamber, and she actually still does get it. So a couple for her, but that's it.
Yeah, so not the end of the world, to be honest, for Team France. 2 kills is fine. Anything more is that's where it starts to get a little bit more damage in. But Asher would be kicking herself just a little bit with the way that gunfight went right at the very end. But rounds are back on the AWP. Everything at their disposal, pretty much. There's a couple of missing pieces of utility for Marie and Ramsden, for example. But outside of that, it's a pretty decent buy here for Team Denmark, as they look to fight for the same control as they've been doing all map long.
Double up in cave. They want to swing from Jaguar, and they find success. Rachel pushes down at the same time. The smoke might not quite work out, but the kills do. Ramsden can't get involved, has to run away with that bomb. Still 2 players in middle, and you feel like they need to take some space now that you've lost all this lane control. France are going to start to reset. Denmark don't have anywhere to go.
This is really nice from France. I like the re-aggression here. Out and towards Jaguar. between Rachel and Astra, they've now just cleared all of B. It frees up Emerald to back out of Red Room, go and reinforce A, because it has to be two options here. Either Denmark have gone all the way in towards spawn and now heading A, or they're resetting in towards B outside the doors. But Denmark have to waste so much time clearing this, and in fact, Rams is going to telegraph their approach with a flash.
2-2 split, so still favourable. The numbers for Denmark. Flash over. Pretty nice, Marie. Not hit by it, but Rachel able to get one, and Rachel gets two. Ramsin will get the trade, but the flames are going to slow her down. That's going to give time for Emerald. Smoke will give some space for Ramsin, but she's low HP and worried about this mid push. Now, if she actually runs through middle, through Donut, she actually has an open pathway to A. Not going to be heard, so she'll be able to plant the bomb. And with the orb, there's a chance.
If she plants here and now she peeks CT, she could hug the right-hand wall and grab a kill. Instead, she's going to go on the left side, take a much more passive angle. This margin for error is now basically minimal. She's the first one, lets the second go by. That's a great shot. And now it's Julie versus Ramsin. One bullet on this AWP would do it, but one bullet in the M4 would also seal the fate. Julie has to cross into Ramsin. Shoulder spotted, kill collected. What a clutch.
Sick for Ramsin. Really well played as well. You know, you could see she had a decision there to make, right? When the flames run out, do I commit through? And in fact, if that incendiary hadn't been thrown, Ramsin probably just goes onto B and plants the bomb. But she's forced to pause, and in that time, the rotation comes, and she wants to get ahead of it, knows with low HP, if she tries to progress into B, even just getting the bomb down is going to be almost impossible. So she waits long enough for the rotation. Here's a flash on B. If you hear a flash by itself, you assume that that's setting someone up for a swing. So both players, perfectly played by Ramsin.
To add on to that as well, it's the decision when she sees the first player to let them go by. Fight for shelf again. Astra finds the opening kill. Ismo bested in round 7 first. But Denmark want to recontest this. They want to fight through elbow and I'll try and deal with Astra.
Again, flooding this control. When they fight for lane, they often find success. Passing towards middle. K8 to receive in Donut, and she takes them both in open, loving arms. This one's a bit tougher for Ramsin, it's got to be said. You try and save for a minute with an AWP. You know, it's worth it, but it's not fun.
No, this is going to be a very long minute. I guess 45. She's just going to look at the floor and hope that Team France just don't come in the doorway, or they're loud about it so she can just spring up, take the kill, and then look straight back down at the floor. But she's managed to survive half the time. She's got another 25.
If they were going to hunt, they would have walked through here by now, so...
They might after time.
That's true, actually. Yeah, they could just go after time. That would be sad. You spend a minute sitting behind this box. Oh, the scope? That hurt? I don't know. Rachel just ran away.
She's good.
Yeah, she's good. All okay. Oop, survives, but no one else has money.
And now she has no money either, right? $0 to her name. Denmark need to probably try going A main or heavy fighting for middle a lot earlier. Because it's the shelf control that is really allowing Team France to win just the majority of the early opening stages of the round. And then as a result, Denmark need to play reactive CS rather than proactive. Because once they have the map control, they're completely fine. But getting that has been difficult in itself.
Imagine we might see Ramsin boosted. Or she has a spawn to go mid, so yeah, maybe takes that instead. Got to try and do something with this AWP. Fires it off.
Marie looking at the floor where the nade lands, like, why? Why has it landed right there where I'm standing?
Who throws that?
Oh, that smoke is brutal. That timing is so good. Kit Kat's been jumping, trying to bait in Astra just to kind of jiggle this, to allow Ramsden to do this.
All right. There's a chance Astra is on the line. Yeah, needed to be instant, and that's a really difficult shot to hit on the jiggle. That's going to force out the smoke. 2 players, or 3 players in sight, sorry. So everyone here for France to lock this down. Or you could try and walk over Flood Donut. Maybe the easiest avenue to get a bomb down, actually. So this could work, but 2 players present. It's going to have to be an overwhelm. And I don't think, yeah, with Kaede in that position, there wasn't going to be a way in. Ramsden, maybe you just want to survive again, and that's not going to be allowed.
Didn't really impress with Kaede on a rifle in. That's positive to take away from this game as well. I haven't seen her be this proficient on a rifle in quite a long time. So clearly putting a lot of work in over the break. I mean, look, this one is against Ecos, but just in general, her rifling play has been pretty good.
Now we get to see her sniper rifling play. Ramsden's on a deagle. So it's all sad for her. 2 rounds where she had the AWP and couldn't really get much done. Cave smoke was thrown by the T's, but they didn't fight for middle or that lane really. They've played it patiently, wanting to retake this space.
Nice flash. Marie finding the opening kill, but Astra then re-swings in from Cave to find another. Trying to now spam through the wood as well, but Denmark have made it out of elbow at the very least. Emerald now trying to chime in, but Marie holding once more. Kaede wants another bite of the cherry, but suddenly it's a missed shot, but she still takes one to the grave with her. That's A open, and somehow, some way, Team Denmark have got the player advantage.
Yeah, they've actually managed to really make this round into something. Marie, huge double, and with Rachel and Astra so far removed, and I mean, there's a lot of money. They'll probably walk towards ledge, and if they can see an opportunity to get a kill, that's a way into it, but they're not being gifted anything. There's no lurk present here, no one active in middle that's going to give up that fight. Exits. The aim of the game, keep the economy of Denmark humble.
Oh, that's a good start. Rachel spotted. However, she does get one. Ismo's got the AWP. Astra could deny this. Oh, could have, should have, but didn't.
Ismo AWP diff.
I don't think that was an Ismo AWP diff. I think that was Astra whiffing the whole magazine diff.
Yeah. Well, yeah. They're out from Denmark though. A to be tested. Katie throws the deep molly. HE. Marie again cops that one. Smoke. Annoying. They were just about to swing. Oh, actually, walk through. Katie. Oh, it's a little wild. Warning shots to Kit Kat, who scrambles out of there.
That is ambitious to do that for Kit Kat. But I don't hate it, weirdly. She catches K a bomb site feels a lot weaker. Instead, for Team Denmark, the only control they've really got is, well, nowhere. So they're going to go back to this mid setup where Marie was able to get 2 openers before, use exactly the same nades, and hope that they can profit with Ismo lurking, holding B. But check out Emerald, who's already walked through A main.
Yeah, and with this aggression off Heaven, you're just not going to be at all thinking about this position. Yeah, Emerald, that's perfect. Oh, it is perfection. Shine bright. Ransom's again left in an impossible situation. 1 kill. And the flashbang actually almost sets her up for another, but she has no bullets. Another gun on the ground. Oh, further damage, but the push down from Julie locks it in. But that round is all Emerald.
Yeah, and even if she hadn't got all 3 of those kills, you did have Kaede right behind her, and that's the aggression of France. And this is probably very much influenced by Rachel and Astra on Ladder Cook, because this is what they were doing, just all ESL Impact for the playoffs, just walking through, getting these sort of almost random timings that don't feel random. It's because you've just seen presence there over at A main, and you've re-walked the issue after you've heard contact at B. It was really well timed. But that's a 6th. And now with Denmark with no money, this could be 7-5, 8-4.
Gonna give B a go, but reinforced. And flashbang, good. Shot, also great. But Astra goes for a massive triple kill, and that's enough to lock down the side. But Marie, if she gets this dig, now you've got space. Now you've got something to work with.
To A, go. Every single time Team Denmark need a bailout, they find the A bomb site vacant. So now that's a smoking towards CT. That's the bomb down at the very least. And suddenly, if you're Astra and Julie, you have got time to try and retake this. You have got kits. There is a smoke. There is a world, because they found the one gap in which Team Denmark are not looking at.
Yeah, Ransom's only got a deagle. Marie's just got an MP9. No armor either, so not planted for Marie in this position. A smoke available as well to go onto the bomb. Spotted 1 player. Ransom's just forced the spam. Swing! Oh, that could have been it if Marie had been able to get that timing. Just protecting the bomb diffuser, and that's enough. That almost gets out of hand, though.
Yeah, it does. And it nearly comes at the hands of Ramsin as well by Big Box. Julie's just running in front of Astra just to make sure that she doesn't die. Protect the defuse. And it does come in. With that extra bit of money, though, with that plant, for the final round of play in this first half, Team Denmark can get the AWP out once more.
Interestingly, how, we talked this big conversation about France's AWPing prowess, and it's in the K-Day AWP, I think, out once, really. Rams has been prioritizing it a lot on the T side. Double aggressive push in A main, but that's where the bomb is. Emerald swinging. Falls to the AWP. Ismo catches Rachel. And they're going to try and split, but K-Day was undetected. She never fired off, and Julie in the donut lies in wait. Denmark think they find the space, find the gap, but it's all a ruse. All a bait. And it's all France. 8-4.
That's a tilter. That is, like, you get both of those kills. You never saw K-Day after you cleared A main with that push. And then you're not ready for Julie, who's just in the most uncomfortable off angle on Donut I think I've ever seen in my life. And she still managed to get 2 kills. Insane output from Team France. They get 8 rounds. And another thing here is that, sure, it's a seeding match. Sure, it's a best of one. Both these teams want to win. Think about the journey that Denmark have been on today, where they've had to play this best of three. They then have a free map affair against Romania. They're able to win it out. The adrenaline goes through the roof. They've qualified, and then they got to come right back down to then play a BO1. Whereas for France, this is only their BO1 of the day, but somehow, some way, these USPs have won it out. Team France were holding for this push, and Ismo has still found 2 kills.
Isma's just a pistol demon. What can you say? She's playing with it, but they have managed to fight back control. Now, if they committed to A, it would have been trouble for France, but instead... Oh, this is weird.
Oh, that's been heard.
Middle? Okay, yeah. So Rachel's going to move back. Reese married to CET, and if you're France, surely... want to be moving B side, but they might actually walk into Denmark, who are doubled up in donut. Kit Kat falls. Are you ready for 2 more players to be here? Marie runs away. And now they're going to bail.
Yeah, Petty finally drops. You've already killed 2 players there. You've heard Kit Kat running back towards Donut. You've just thrown your smoke in towards CT. You can go through mid, but that's only to scale in towards Cave. They shouldn't have taken that Donut fight, but still, they got a kill out of it. So, I mean, why not? Julie now plants the bomb. The wide swing out of Rachel deletes Marie, and suddenly Anya's left all alone.
Beautiful double swing. Anya went and grabbed the kit, but don't fancy her chances. HE, ouchie. Nice first kill. Now she has the second. We're talking something. But the USP is not quite connecting for her. And now, when she peeks around this corner, there should be some decent double layering. Tap on it. Trying to bait them out. Julie gets her 4th in the round. A big pistol from her. There's that impact.
Yeah, 13 and 4. But to be honest, that's a really nice try from Anya. I really like the way she approached that. If she was able to get that second kill on long, that makes things a lot easier. But she manages to scale in towards the site. She fakes out the defuse. She tries to kill the player on Cave and spin around. There was a world in which she could potentially try and stick that plant, or at least force Team France into making another mistake that could have led to their demise, but not to be. So a full eco, this gives over 10 rounds, basically, to the French.
That's kind of fun. Aggressive play out aiming with flashback. Marie actually catches up Julie, but Emerald should collect a couple. There's presence everywhere. Rachel. This one's her, Mackie. SMG kills nice for Marie, but... Oh, Peachy almost actually would have caught Emerald perfectly. Okay, hold on. Ramson has dropped the bomb, but now it should be all good, and the long-range Hichi locks it in.
Easy does it. This has to be the difference maker now for Denmark. Otherwise, we are looking at a Let Her Cook special, really. And I was always worried when this went to Ancient. Not for just Lucy's sanity, but... For the fact that France, I knew, would be incredibly good on this map. Yeah, we are definitely seeing it.
Yeah. Denmark had to do a comeback versus Sweden. They almost pulled it off, so might be able to do it here against France. Locked out early. We're actually going to respect the smoke. Denmark have nothing on the other side. France happy to take their time. Triple layering of players on the site. Imagine France are probably just going to hit it out the gate now they're in position.
So what's this? Fake smokes. Astra faking. Has drawn a 3rd rotate over. In fact, a 4th. Only 1 player, Kit Kat. And now she does push straight into Rachel with that Mac 10. Now the smokes have come down. That was played perfectly.
Yeah, and a little bit of inexperience it feels for Denmark there. Biting down on that one. with no other information to go off. That's because they were playing in the dark, holding such passive angles that they had no info. They didn't gather it anywhere on any kind of point in the map. They didn't even really have the mid presence. Playing in the dark, you are going to feel that as soon as contact comes, you got to go. As they're all being picked apart here in an attempted retake. Ramsey, I think it's interesting for a moment, but France yet to falter on the T side.
Here's your decision now. Are you playing for OT if you're Denmark, or are you going to invest? That's the decision that they are making with this pause. 30 seconds to talk about it. And I think investing is the right decision. I don't think playing for OT is a good idea. So they're going to go all in. Famises. It's kind of ironic they're using the French weapon against the French, but that's all they've got. That's all they can afford.
Needed that pistol, didn't they? That would have been the kickstart to get them rolling into the comeback. Now it's much like their bracket run here. Got to be done the hard way. Krieg for Rachel. I feel like we saw that at Impact, right?
Yes, we did.
We saw Emmy doing it constantly.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that.
No one liked that. Just good with it.
I'm not talking about it.
Okay, cool. Cool. Well, Rachel, it's mostly it's an alternative to a scope like an AWP, but it's in her hands. So
France are in Denmark spawn.
Yeah, that's true actually. How did you let that happen?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't want to cut you off, but I looked at the map. I was like, oh.
They just walked through mid. They walked through the mid smoke and they didn't slow down.
Ramsey has dealt with Julie, though. So that is a good start. This retake needs to be a success, but they've got no kits. That's the danger. But at least they've got the player advantage. Astra, though, finds Ismo. Rachel boosted up with this Krieg. Swings in from CT and is able to find KitKat and even more. Rachel and the Krieg does enough. Provides enough of a distraction. And France are up to map and series point.
Yeah, Emerald with a double there as well. That's big from her. But Ismo was the one that was really the most important. As soon as she falls, A-main is completely safe and you can really focus your attention onto Donut, and that's exactly what they do. All crosshairs aimed in that direction. That actually felt very Let Her Cook-esque in terms of getting all that space. Like, they just didn't stop moving through middle, even if they were shifting. They just walked in. They catch a perfect timing and exploit it to perfection.
That was so Let Her Cook. That really was. Anya finds the opening kill, and that's going to force France to go in towards B immediately, though.
Neutral set onto B. Ismo fighting forward. That smoke giving her confidence, and she even gets away. Marie gets hers. Katie and Astra. 2v5. KitKat's still here. Spam doesn't deny the bomb, and gets the dink though. That should be enough. Yeah, will be enough. Katie's got nothing to work with here, and Marie pushes up ramp. So Denmark finally getting their first CT round.
Yeah, finally, but you still need to win 7 in a row. And currently, I can't see that happening. France will invest in. They'll have Mac 10s. Julie's got an AK. Astro. In fact, this buy is really good. I didn't expect it to be as rifle intensive as it is. But no, that's quite significant.
Double up in mid. Astra, the timing on that is perfect. And Emerald comes over the top exactly as the contact comes through from Astra. She goes down after one, does enough damage for Emerald to finish the job, and then she just scales. Sitting in Donut is going to be an absolute pain, and France have so much time to work with. This fight takes place in the first 20 seconds. B is now incredibly lightly defended.
Ridiculous. Ismo, though, could... and should find Emerald. That cuts the map in half now for France, and it leaves them with limited options. They need to go into B. Good timing on this smoke from Kit Kat. She can delay things further.
But Rachel has walked through cave, and Katie just walks through the smoke. Ramson drops the bomb. They weren't expecting this play along. Not ready on that rotation timing. Needed that second. Can't get it done. Ismo is going to have to be the one. They know where each other is just based on that utility. Good HE, actually. Puts them both on equal footing. 89. With AKs in hand, not going to matter too much. Julie can pick up the bomb. Ismo. In a good position. Julie. Oh, the timing just as Ismo moves off the angle. That's when Julie starts to make her own moves. Flash forward. Okay, she's just going to be like, I'm telling you exactly what I'm doing. I'm flashing and I'm running A.
Fine. Ismo is in a really good spot here. Don't plant there.
Oh my god.
Why would you plant there? Doesn't make any sense, but Julie's not punished for it. Ismo knows exactly where she is. So does Julie. This swing decides everything. Julie actually disengages, goes CT into temples, going all the way around the world. Ismo's got a smoke and a kit. She could stick it.
Could do. Hasn't even deployed the smoke yet. Not quite sure where Julie has got to. And Julie walking around is going to lock this in. There it is. France 13-5. Win out the best of one. We'll have much better seeding than Denmark. But for Denmark, they're still going to Riyadh. But it'll be a bit of a difficult fight there as France, Poland, Spain will all have high seeding.
Yeah, look, it's one of those, right? It's a seeding game. I don't think you're going to take too much away from this, apart from Ancient is scary. Don't play it on Team France. And all of this qualifier, I've learned teams like Mirage, teams like Anubis, teams like Ancient, maybe we should learn something else for the actual event, guys.
I hope so. I hope we see that. And the teams that do embrace that deeper map pool are going to have a much bigger advantage. I think this is where teams like Poland should be flexing that. And they should be trying to target and play maps like Nuke, Vertigo, really anything other than these maps. Inferno, we did see from them. So I think that that's signs that they're happy to take it there. And even that, I think, has just enough extra tactical depth that you can win out against teams that have a more loose style and haven't got that kind of 5 players playing together all the time outside of it.
Yeah, basically that. I mean, for Denmark, the most important match was last match. Beating out Romania, booking their spot in Riyadh in the first place. This does not matter. It just means you got a little bit of a harder run, but hey, they did it already, as you said, in the qualifier. So why not just have history repeat itself in Riyadh? It's such a good experience for all of these players. I hope that a lot of teams actually do end up boot camping before this. We have seen Spain do it. We've seen France do it. I hope other countries will do that before the main event as well.
Yeah, just got confirmation as well. Portugal beat Sweden in the best of one, and it wasn't even that close. It was a 13-7 win on Anubis, and that was with Yun topping the board, but Sana wasn't that far behind either. So, yeah, good to see Portugal continuing that incredible run of form. They've really recovered after that close game versus Slovakia. So, still games to play, Brandon, but that's all for today. We have the 3 best of ones, I think, coming up tomorrow to decide the final seeding. So Spain versus Poland, Portugal versus France, and then the loser is Spain versus Poland versus the winner of Portugal, France.
Yeah, so sounds right. But yes, that will take place tomorrow. But for now, thank you very much for everyone watching today. Congratulations to both Denmark and Team Portugal for qualifying through. But until tomorrow, have a good rest of your evening. Take care, and we'll see you real soon.